Ow!
Yas. Yas, Queen. What's that from? I hear.
I think
no
Broad City.
Oh, okay. I remember that show. It was a fun show. Yas, Queen. I would say that, and then I wouldn't know where it was from.
Yeah, I've never seen the show, but I know that's where it's from.
For me, I feel like it was like a female workaholics.
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of dirty. Yeah. And it was really funny, though.
Right.
So anyway,
Yas, Queen to you.
Yas, Queen to you and yours. We have so much happening today. We've got another edition of Misconnections coming up in about an hour, helping people find love in the Portland, Vancouver, and Salem areas.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Maybe somebody spotted you, at the mall over the weekend or at the car wash. Or
you didn't realize how sweet you looked.
Yeah, and someone's out there eyeballing you.
That's right.
Well, at 7 a.m., we'll hear those Misconnections. Yeah. And then at 7:30 this morning, I believe we've got tickets to go see Incubus.
Correct, Mundo. They're going to be in Eugene.
Yeah, the Cuthbert Amphitheater. I feel like they always go to Eugene. They got some people that everyone just goes to those shows and just gets baked.
Right.
Yeah.
So like I went to the last Incubus show in Eugene, and that's all you smelled in the audience.
I can't believe that show's coming up. July is tomorrow, and it's on the 16th.
Yeah, 7:30 this morning. We'll have those free tickets for you. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now the big story.
It's time to go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. These aren't necessarily the biggest stories, just what we think the biggest stories are.
Yeah.
You want to go first, Laura?
Sure, I can go. I'm not huge on the Fast and Furious movies, but I know a lot of people are. And the 11th and final Fast and Furious film will come out in April of 2027, and it will mark the return of Paul Walker, which I am wondering how they are going to do this because, of course, Paul Walker passed away in a car accident in 2013. According to Vin Diesel, it's going to include a reunion of their characters, Dom and Brian.
It'll be a short little scene, and it'll look kind of funky.
Some sort of CGI situation,
well, I think
or like a flashback, or
for the last one, they used his brother because he died before they finished his parts, I guess.
Okay.
And so they think they used his brother and then superimposed his face onto him.
Interesting.
And a lot of that stuff, the stuff that was already filmed, you'd just get like a turn out of Paul Walker and a smile, and they were able to manipulate it to make it work.
Well, expect to see him in the upcoming Fast and Furious film.
Well, they said we'd see him again.
That's true.
And we will.
The big story to me is, you guys hear about the girl who went overboard on a Disney cruise and her dad saved her?
Whoa.
Yeah, she's recovering after she went overboard on this cruise. Her dad didn't think twice, jumped right in.
Wow.
Which is scary, but what a badass. Now, Disney Cruise Line is also to be given some love because the rescue efforts by crew members also led to this positive outcome. I mean, you still got to get back on the boat, right?
Yeah.
The incident happened yesterday as they were returning to Fort Lauderdale from the Bahamas. Now, the investigation continues, but...
Yeah, how'd she fall off a boat?
I guess just getting a lean on. I mean, now, granted, it depends on her. It doesn't give us her age.
Yeah.
I've got kids at all ages, and I could give you 3 different reasons why each one would fall over the edge. And my 2-year-old, I mean, hopefully she's older than that, would just crawl up and be gone. So I think we got a badass dad right there.
For sure. I mean, without even thinking about it, just jumped right in.
That's right.
I don't know. They got to put like nuts on those things or something for idiots, drunk idiots who fall overboard, or kids.
And as a dad, you can't turn around for 1 second on a cruise.
I think the big story of the day is on Friday, Jeff Bezos and his fiancée got married over I guess on Friday, and then bled into the weekend. But this massive party, this massive wedding was obviously for billionaire Jeff Bezos and his fiancée Lauren Sanchez. And it was a star-filled wedding. Tons of celebrities showed up in boats like it was a Bond movie.
Oh, man.
And then there were so many people there, and not just the guests, but protesters. I guess there were hundreds of protesters protesting this wedding.
They'd been protesting for weeks prior to the wedding. Because, I mean, he basically rented out the city of Venice for his wedding. So everyone was like, meh.
I saw some footage, like one person said, like, I can't believe this is happening right below my window. And they were just, it was like the line of celebrities waiting to get in.
Yeah.
And they're just sitting there like watching TV.
What a wild situation. And if you're the richest person in the world or top 5, you always can draw a couple hundred protesters.
Oh, for
There's rumors that Elton John performed at Jeff Bezos' wedding over the weekend.
You'd think there'd be all kinds of secret performances.
Yeah, and no footage because,
Yeah, everyone, no phones allowed, but I want Rihanna singing as we're coming down the aisle. Something huge. You know, like, you can't have a B-teamer in there. This is Bezos.
No way.
So over the top, you know. Like,
well, I hope the marriage lasts for all this money that they spent on it.
There was a video that went viral of Jeff Bezos before the wedding, hanging out with his fiance and her son, and they were on a boat, and he turned the boat into a yacht party. Or, I'm sorry, a foam party.
Foam party. Yeah.
Wow. Just Bezos and his fiance and their kid.
Yeah.
And they were all in a hot tub together, which I thought was weird.
Well,
just getting loose, guys.
I mean, whatever you're into.
And she was like, she was in a bikini, you know, and like and I think her son's like 19 years old or something like that. And he's just hanging out in the hot tub, and it's a foam party, and he's in a hot tub with his mom in a bikini, and then, Jeff Bezos
and his big bald head.
Yeah, he looks like a penis.
It's
he modeled the rocket ship after his own body, actually.
By the way, they just shot some other people into space the other day, too.
They did. And when they left the reception, they did tie cans to the rocket that they left on. So
perfect.
Everyone can be happy about that.
Just married at the end.
Yeah.
Makes you want to vomit.
People didn't throw rice. They threw stocks on paper.
All right, more on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword. You could score $1,000 like this dude.
This is fantastic. I have tried forever. This is great. I'm freaking out right now. Perfect timing. Thank you so much.
This hour's keyword is green. Log on right now, 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword green, and you could score $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Monday. I'm excited. My favorite holiday of the year, the 4th of July, coming up on Friday.
Yeah.
On Friday.
So nice that it's on a Friday this year.
I know, right? It's always crappy when it's like in the middle of the week and you get one day off, then you got to come back.
Go back to work.
It's
lame.
awful.
Yeah.
So, this Friday, it's all going down. And Laura, you were talking about going to see the fireworks on the waterfront this year.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're gonna do that.
No, I booked an Airbnb instead, so I'm going to do a little camping. So hopefully I'll watch fireworks on some waterfront, but it won't be the one downtown Portland.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice one down there. The Fort Vancouver fireworks show is always fun. Getting stuck in the traffic afterwards isn't
Not
the best.
so much. That's always the worst part, though.
Yeah.
There are a lot more shows than like you would think. Like if you go up on top of some of the higher hills near where I live, you can just see it's like there's one in Tigard and Tewalt and in Wilsonville.
Yeah,
it's like boom, boom, boom. It's all over the area. So even if you just go catch some altitude somewhere, you can catch a show.
I wonder if you could go up to. I wonder if they have like the parking lot to the Pittock Mansion open.
Oh, I would,
I bet you could see fireworks for days.
I bet all up there. Council Crest and be great. I'm sure we're not the only one with that idea.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Looks like
Get there
fun.
early.
Yeah. Yeah, be safe this 4th of July. That's all. Just be safe. I feel bad for Laura. She's got, this girl, you have such bad luck with parking. I don't know.
Well, but I never used to, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, we're gonna make up for lost time here.
Did you wrong a meter maid in another life?
I don't know. I think I wronged the residents of the Laurelhurst neighborhood is what I did.
Something happened to Laura yesterday that I can tell she's like in a bad mood today, or at least like not 100%. She's in a funk maybe because yesterday you went to where? What happened?
I went to Laurelhurst Park for a birthday party, and when I got out, it was one of those things where I was like walking to my car, and I'm like, I thought this is where my car was parked, and I'm like, no, I must have like parked around the corner or something. So I keep walking, and finally I'm like, I do not know where my car is, but like what's happening? Right. So I turned on my find my car because it'll tell you where your car is parked on your phone. So I look at my maps, and I'm like, nope. Says it's supposed to be right here. And so then I deduced that my car had been towed.
Oh.
And it had.
So when you looked up, was there a blatant sign?
Well, the sign was there. I would say that it was easy to miss. And when I parked, I parallel parked between two cars. So there was somebody parked in front of me. So I was like, yeah, of course this is a parking spot. Didn't see a sign. There was somebody parked ahead of me.
Was there like a fire hydrant there?
No. I think it was going into like a curve kind of. So I think that
you were outside of the parking area, the designated parking area.
And so when I went back, I saw, and there was a sign for the curve, and then underneath it there was the speed limit, and then underneath that was a no parking sign.
Oh, man.
And I was like, oh my God. But
man.
like,
no, not just a ticket.
Not a ticket. They
straight
had
up towed
my
your car.
ass towed, and so
I wonder, was that the owners of the home who it was in front of them?
Well, I wasn't parked in front of a house.
Oh,
so
it was just it was just a tow guy rolling by and be like,
I think it
one.
was either parking enforcement or is the people who lived across the street. Because even when I went to because it was like 8 p.m. at this point, and they're like, I call the impound lot, and they're like, well, we only. It's after hours, and we're by appointment only. And I was like, well, when's the next appointment available? They're like 9 p.m. I'm like, okay. So I call.
What time did you get towed?
Like 7:30, and I was back to my car by 8.
Oh.
So I was only there for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And they lickety split got it done. But they towed my car, and I got to the impound lot, which is like deep southeast, and I have to wait. I'm like standing in front of the gate, just like waiting for someone to let me in, and there's no one there. And like, honestly, big shout out to 21st Century Towing, because the guy who was there, like working security, he like let me in. He's like, you shouldn't be standing out here at 9 p.m. at night. Like it's dangerous. So he let me in, and we chatted, but I told him what happened. And he's like, yeah, those people like in that neighborhood, they'll tow your car for nothing. So it must just be a thing.
Yeah.
Well, and the tow company loves it. Like, so they have designated tow trucks for certain different areas. So
Totally.
they make their living on preying on you as well. So it's a mutually beneficial thing.
So how much did it cost?
When I looked it up, it said $264 for the tow, but then it was after hours. So then the tow company tacks on like an extra $50. And then when I get to the impound lot, he hands me like the ticket and it has like a big red tow. It just is in big red letters, so you can't miss it. And then they stapled a ticket to the tow. So not only do I have to pay to like go get my car, now I have to pay the actual parking ticket. And I'm like, no, like I just paid you. So now like I have an $85 in addition to that. So it's going to be about $400.
So since there's a ticket, that means parking enforcement. I bet since it's by the curve, it's just their thing. They just call
go
you
and
in.
check. And I'm just like, man, bro.
That sucks, man.
Can't catch a break.
I know. Well,
But
gosh,
I'm
Laura, you got to
like-
check the signs because I've seen you park. You just park and you get out and you walk. You
Yeah.
don't like. She doesn't really like examine the area to see if there's a sign.
But it
She
was
just-
like, and like, I get it. Yes, I guess I should have been paying closer attention. But it was even like after I went back and looked, I was still like, I was confused. I was like, where's the sign? Like, there's no. And also, I would hope. I would hope that there would be like a tow-away zone or something. Like, whatever happened to just giving someone a ticket?
Is this parking rock bottom for you? Are you gonna change your way? You know
No,
how like
you
a
know what?
drinker has to
this-
wake up on a curb enough times. Are you gonna look at signs now?
This person sent a text in and
guess I
says,
will.
"This is why I keep a basic toolkit in my car for when I park and I see those signs, I just take them down myself."
Yeah. I thought about that. After I left,
I
I was
didn't
like,
see a
I
thing.
should have just like taken the sign down.
Yeah. Well,
There's a
that
street
sucks,
cam of her
Laura.
ripping it with no
It's
tools.
just like, I wouldn't have been mad if it was just a ticket. I would have been like, yeah, my bad. But the fact that they towed my
Yeah.
car, like,
And then you have to like
come
hunt it
on.
down. You gotta look for the like.
Right,
This,
because I was like, I Googled, I was like, if my car is towed, where does it go? Because
Yeah.
like, I didn't
Yeah.
know. They don't tell you. So
definitely don't get deserved for going to a border, like it was at a park,
It was a
right? Like,
park.
so you're at a picnic.
yeah,
and you gotta
I come
spend
back and I'm like,
$400.
it sounds like
yeah.
somebody has just had it with people parking there.
That is
Get it out of here.
That is
Yeah.
an expensive picnic.
That
I'm sorry
sucks.
you had to deal with
Yeah.
that.
I could tell she's just in a funk today.
Well, yeah, it's I mean, she could have
it's
bought a barbecue.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
all
always
right.
judge things in barbecues.
And
That
sheds.
was one full barbecue.
Could have bought a shed and a half with that.
All right. Coming up in a few minutes, we've got tickets to go see Incubus down in Eugene. We'll hook those up for you. We also have another edition of Misconnections. I want to tell you about the Advocates real fast. If you've been in a car accident before, you already know that dealing with the insurance companies afterwards, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Right? They nickel and dime you. They lowball you. It's just really kind of a pain. So that's why when you're in an accident and you're recovering from an accident, you should just focus on your recovery, not have to worry about all the drama that the insurance company brings. So reach out to Ken and Donnie at the Advocates because they're the ones who are going to make sure that you're paid by these insurance companies. They work hard. They know what to do and what to say to these insurance companies to make sure that they pay you everything that you're owed. And they've actually gotten over $100 million for their clients. So reach out to them, advocateslaw.com. Tell them Tanner sent you, because when you're injured in an accident, you should just focus on your recovery and nothing else, all right? Advocateslaw.com is the website. Even if you haven't been in an accident, just write it down because there's a time where that could happen and you're going to need them, all right? Advocateslaw.com. Tell them Tanner sent you. When you're in an accident, you need more than an attorney. You need an advocate.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. People reacting to Laura's car being towed yesterday. So I thought it was just like yesterday afternoon or something. It was late last night.
It was last night.
At like 8 o'clock or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't get it back till like 9:30.
So crappy. This text from 2824 says, "Hey, Laura, do you think this might be just the universe getting equal with all the unpaid tickets from Colorado? Karma's a B."
Yeah, did you think when it was first gone that, oh, they finally found me?
They found me. I don't know how, but they found me.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Karma, she's taking it a bit too far. Like, I don't think the punishment's not.
Well, Laura, you
match the
didn't.
crime.
I hate to say it, but you got to check for signs. I've seen you park.
I know, but don't tell me you've seen.
I
how
have.
Like,
You park
I get
and
it.
you just
like,
walk.
I get it. The sign was there. I'm not saying I'm not in the wrong because I obviously missed the
I know.
sign.
I'm not trying to rub it
just
in.
saying that the tow was probably unnecessary.
Why can't they just give you a ticket?
Yes.
But my guess
well,
is
they
it
did
happens.
give me a ticket, and then
well,
they
just
towed
the ticket.
my car.
But my guess is that
Piling
happens a
on.
lot, and the people who are living in that area just either have had it or.
Like, why? There's like other people parked. Like, there was
know.
somebody parked directly behind me.
So it's
don't-
pretty much like a $400 ordeal last night that Laura had to deal
Yeah.
with. And this person from 3049 says Laura needs to start selling extra socks.
And
So if you want to buy
Maybe,
dirty socks from Laura,
I don't want
But-
to sell extra socks.
also the neighborhoods, that's important too, because like you're in a neighborhood
If
where
it would have been a different neighborhood, it would have been a different story.
it takes, like in some cul-de-sacs in this area, it would take 45 minutes to get a tow truck out there. So,
Right.
you
It
know,
was-
you're
yeah.
in a high volume area.
It was fast. And I was like,
Right.
okay.
They're sniffing around.
Yeah.
98197. That's our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Let's do this.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Brews Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, it is over. The DeAndre Ayton era in Portland has come to an end. Now, this is a guy who's 7 feet tall, was the number 1 pick in the NBA draft of the Phoenix Suns. So much hope and promise when he came here after kind of like he burned out a little bit in Phoenix. Maybe a change of scene would help him out. Well, it never really happened. He turns 27 next month. We owed him $35.5 million for the final year of his contract, and we are letting him walk. We're actually buying him out of that contract, not even trading him. That talks about what the rest of the market thinks of him. And I'm not going to say good riddance, but this is a guy who missed a game because of weather. A game, not practice, because his driveway was too icy. Grab a shovel. You're a professional athlete in their 20s. I mean, granted, you're 7 feet tall. Get a big shovel and find your way out of the driveway. And beyond that, he's also been known to, and now, granted, I'm not knocking this behavior if you're not a pro athlete, but staying up till 5 in the morning, eating Skittles and playing video games isn't conducive with becoming a super athlete. So good luck to him. I would probably be playing vids and sneaking Skittles as well, but the DeAndre Ayton era is over, and this is interesting because now, and we had talked about, we had 5 centers. We now have 4, but free agency in the NBA starts at 3 o'clock Pacific. So 6 o'clock Eastern, we will see this thing kind of pop off. Now, you're going to be able to talk to teams. You can't sign until the 6th, but you will have a chance to chat it out, and we'll find out, are the Blazers positioning themselves to sign another big name? Because Drew Holiday is an all-star, and he's come to town, a 2-time champion, to bolster this roster. So we're not punting at this point. Keep an eye on it. Later this morning, we'll discuss that free agency. There's your sports.
Thank you much. This hour's keyword to win $1,000 from the Cash Squatch is green. Log on right now, 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. You just have to type in the keyword green, and you've got until 7 a.m. to do that. All right?
Nice.
1059thebrew.com. Misconnections is on the way. We'll find out what's trending next.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
All right. A lot of good stuff online at 1059thebrew.com, like our Donkey Show podcast. Also, I'm going to put this clip up here in a second. Jake Paul, one of the Paul brothers.
Yeah.
I guess he just walked off Piers Morgan's show, or he ended this live stream. He was doing a live stream, and he ranted and said a bunch of stuff. And then
why? What were they talking about?
Well, he was there to promote his fight. Because he had a big fight over the weekend. It's the same guy, if you are wondering which Paul brother, the same one who fought Tyson.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here is Jake Paul abruptly ending his interview with Piers Morgan.
I think you're a great YouTuber, a great influencer. I admire what you've tried to do in boxing, but I do think when you actually come up against a proper, serious boxer, and I suspect that Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. may be that person, it could all come crashing down.
Piers, is that you think that your opinion matters?
Well, why are you doing my show if it doesn't?
Oh, I'm just taking your audience to sell pay-per-views. I don't give a about your show. You dumb. This is a business enterprise. Buy the pay-per-view on Saturday, June 28th, me versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Thank you. Tune in, everybody.
And he signs out.
Cheers, Jake. Really enjoyed that.
That's funny.
I do think, funny. I mean, if you're interviewing someone, you probably shouldn't be talking down to your guest.
Well, Piers Morgan was just asking a question.
I don't think you got this, bro. Just my personal opinion.
But Jake Paul's whole thing, there's a level of WWE to it all,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
Like he's got to rally you up, get you talking. It was hard to get people talking about him after Tyson because we were like, no more.
Who won that fight?
He
did?
won.
Son of a bitch.
And by unanimous decision.
You want to see him get knocked out so bad, but
now he's still fighting somewhat has-beens. Like fight the number one contender, and then we'll
talk.
Then you'll get the audience.
Well, there you go.
But Piers, anytime Piers gets hung up on, that's also a win.
We'll put that video online, 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword for $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
You're listening to Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Coming up in about 20 minutes here, we've got tickets to go see Incubus. Let me hear a little Pardon Me, Laura. Give me some Pardon Me.
Pardon me while I burn into flames. That's all I got.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Not bad.
Tickets coming up here at 7:30 this morning. We'll play Sex Toy or Firework again for your shot to win. Let's do this.
And now, Missed Connections with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
All right, these are real misconnections that we found on Craigslist in the Portland, Vancouver, and Salem area.
Yes.
And we're helping bring people together.
That's right.
Or help you realize you're being stalked and you need to call the police immediately. One of the two. But yeah, these are real misconnections from just the last week.
Okay.
These are all fresh.
A lot of action.
So you could be in play here.
Yeah. Drew, you want to kick it off?
Sure. Halsey near 238th, the divorced dad at Bare Naked Ladies. Yeah, me, a woman in her 40s. I was at Bare Naked Ladies with my son. We were there and you were there with your daughter. You had long hair and wore a baseball cap. I didn't ask your name, and I should have. We had some fun chats sitting next to each other. If you're interested in like a concert buddy or maybe a date, let me know. I'll know it's you if you tell me your childhood cartoon character I'm traumatized by, and I'll tell you the name of your car we discussed. Well, you guys got deep. How about shut up and listen to the music?
She's probably like I came here to see the band. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, well, the girl's the one sniffing.
Reaching out.
So he's probably trying to watch Bare Naked Ladies, and she's all, who's your favorite cartoon character?
It's a good way to break the ice, though. Come on, Drew.
Yeah, it worked. At least he's charming her.
This misconnection's titled Jackson's Shell, the Shell Jackson's, I guess, in Milwaukee.
Okay.
All right.
Says, you're such a tall drink of water, Amber. So beautiful and curvy. I want to hang out with you. Are you available for friends?
Friends.
For friends.
Friends don't talk about your curves.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
True. That's true. He's trying to not go into creep
you're
mode
so
right
hot.
away.
You want to be butt?
So
you want a friend zone?
sexy.
Yeah, you're so beautiful and curvy. Would that work for you, Laura, if I said Laura, or not me, but somebody said, so you're so beautiful and curvy?
I'd be like, I'm not curvy.
Like,
What
don't
are
call
you
me
talking
don't
about?
call me fat.
It makes me sound like you're just calling me Chubbs or something.
Yeah, I'd be like, watch your mouth.
Yeah, just
Now
leave
pump
that,
my gas.
leave that one at the door.
All right, so I'll go next. This one is it's close to the heart, you guys.
Yeah.
I was wandering home. Oh, this is titled, I was dressed as a raccoon digging in your trash can.
What?
I was wandering home after attending a furry con last month. I was insanely high and drinking a soda. I walked by your house and threw the can in your garbage can. This was a momentary lapse in judgment. I decided to do the right thing and put the soda can in the recycling bin where it belongs, of course. I opened your trash can, which was mostly empty, and reached deep inside of it to grab the soda can. When I got out of the trash can, I saw you on your porch looking at me in shock. Admittedly, it probably did seem pretty weird to find some girl in a raccoon costume digging around in your trash, but it wasn't what it looked like. I was just trying to be a good neighbor and not throw recycling in your garbage can. Anyway, sorry about the misunderstanding. I promise I'm a good raccoon neighbor and won't make a mess if I ever need to dig around your trash again.
Just see somebody in a
You're like, that girl is so hot.
Raccoon furry suit digging through your garbage.
We're just dedicated to her character.
I would have been like, I think I'm just too stoned. Close the door, walk back inside.
I did not see what I saw.
Plot twist, I wrote that missed connection.
Yeah, that was Laura.
I'm
That was Laura.
Saying.
She does love raccoons.
That's right. Memory Den in Portland. Tall, kind goth boy in a trench coat with a cool nose piercing. I was wearing all black, big liner, and red lipstick. I couldn't tell if you were there with a significant other or friends, but I got flustered when I leaned in to talk to you. I was busy, but I saw you leave and tried to catch you, but I didn't make it in time.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that the whole misconnection thing does something, but no matter what, I just wanted to tell you that you were the one of the most beautiful men I have ever seen.
Wow, that's a nice compliment.
Ever, even if I never see you again. Tall trench coat, nose pierced, beautiful man.
But I hope I see you again.
See you again.
You will.
This misconnection is titled To the Guy at the F1 Movie Premiere at Bridgeport Village.
Okay.
It says, I'm sorry I dropped my hot dog in your head while walking to my seat.
Oh.
You know, it happens to the best of us.
Exciting movie, you know.
I'm not sure why, but the only thing I could think to say in the moment was, don't worry about it.
He's like, I am worried about it.
Yeah, like there's mustard
There
in
is
my
a
hair.
hot dog on my head.
I checked under the seat after the movie, and to my surprise, it was still there and fully wrapped. You totally, it was still in its
good.
foil
Oh,
wrap.
thank
But I would have been like, dude, could you toss me that bad boy back?
Yeah.
If it's wrapped, I'd let it bounce.
He says, you totally would have been within your rights to just eat it, but I appreciate your selflessness when it comes to eating another guy's dog. I hope it didn't ruin your vibe.
Two bros.
Unless you're a Red Bull fan, then I guess you deserved it after all. Okay, all right.
The hot dog, though, you know, you almost want to just gift it to the guy. You're like, dude, crush that dog.
There's a dog down there for you, bro.
Yeah, a little mustard on that.
You're welcome.
No, that sucks. You just left it all wrapped up under your seat for the entire movie?
Because that dog is like, they're not cheap at the movie theater.
Gonna
It's
say.
$7-8 or something like that.
All jokes aside, at that rate, I'm going to say, I'm sorry for hitting you with my dog, but could you pass it back?
Could you go up down there and feel for a dog?
Like, I've been thinking about that hot dog for about a half an hour in line. I can't do this.
Oh, there it is, man. Misconnections. Hopefully we helped people out.
Oh, I'm sure it changed everything.
Yeah.
Especially that guy from the F1 movie is like, at least he's sorry.
I've never done that. Like, I'm so worried about
Dropped
it.
a hot dog on
or
someone's
just your
head?
popcorn or anything, you know.
yeah.
I'm sure somebody has. Like, have you ever been at the movie theater and dropped a whole bucket on somebody's
Or like
head or
dumped
your
a
soda?
soda on somebody in front of you or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely had a tip soda where you just see it just wash all over the ground and you're
Yeah.
like, oh man, there's some sticky feet coming out of here tonight.
I heard somebody dip their tub of soda and it just, went down the.
Oh, no.
It just poured down the hill.
It's just a luge.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I've definitely done that. And you're so mad because, $9 worth of soda's
Yeah,
gone.
right.
But you also have to stay quiet.
Well, I was the guy in front who had to raise my feet up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that
You
sucks.
still left like
It's so annoying. All right, coming up in just a few minutes, we do have those Incubus tickets, and we're going to check your TalkBack messages. So download our iHeartRadio app and press that microphone button to record something. We're commercial-free on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, we got Incubus tickets all this week. Your first shot is coming up here in a few minutes with another round of sex toy or firework. We've talked about this here in the studio before about public displays of affection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of it. You know, when I see, if I'm at a concert or something, I just see two people making out. It's kind of gross.
You're like, come on now.
Yeah, that's definitely not my game.
Get a room.
Yeah, I mean, I understand like a little kiss or a peck, and even a smooch is fine, but when you're just sitting there straight, just
yeah,
like I don't know, it always just kind of grosses me out, no matter who it is, even if they're super hot.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
even if it's you, so you won't partake in this.
I won't. I mean, I'll hold your hand, I'll give you a kiss, but we're not gonna make out in public, right? Like I'm not ashamed of like showing my affection in public. It's just like
you're being
super.
There's a line.
You're being shameful by going too far. Mm-hmm. You know, like everybody has a spot on their own. Like if you know, like you're at a big concert and everyone's doing that, it's super gross.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But like at midnight, on New Year's Eve, if we're all everyone kisses, you know, I'm not gonna not do that.
Nobody kisses tonight.
But this study found that couples who show more PDA have happier relationships. Studies that say that the couples who show more PDA are happier. Well, I guess those people, in my experience, are always super hot and they know it.
No,
and they're making out in public.
That's not true.
And they're showing it off and they're rubbing it in, showing how happy they are, and I want to die.
I mean, yeah. I mean, when that happens in front of me and I'm just standing there with my, like, whatever, just a bag of Sour Patch Kids or whatever, just munching, and they're making out, and I'm like, okay, wow, I feel like a real loser over here. But I do think that, I mean, PDA is not just reserved for hot people, but maybe it's just that they're not ashamed of showing their affection in public, like in front of other people. So it feels like less of a secret. They're more out in the open about it. Maybe that's what.
Yeah, I mean, if you know you're really hot.
Happier.
Some people, though, it doesn't. Like PDA, to me, it's bugging. You know, like luckily my wife feels the same way. If I was sitting there just like sniffing around on her, even at a concert, she'd be like, "Can you just not?"
Yeah.
Because we're about to be married 14 years. And it's also about your confidence in the relationship. New relationships kind of have that we're with each other thing where it's like,
gotta let people know.
I know that if she goes to the bathroom alone, we're good. And we don't have to like make out before you leave and make out when you get back.
Yeah.
Like those types of things, to me, it's bugging.
Well, this study finds that people who show more romantic displays of affection, both in private and public, tend to be happier with their union. And the PDA is also associated with improved well-being, less stress, and higher life satisfaction.
Huh.
You know?
So just like touching each other.
And I am very touchy-feely. You know, like I'm very touchy-feely, but I also am very, like, selective about when I do it. Like, I'm not going to be at the grocery store feeling you up.
That's the right way to do it. It's like there's a time and a place.
Yeah. But
right?
when we're all alone, man, I can't keep my hands off you.
And don't get me wrong. I even... The dog needs to be pet every once in a while, right? Like, so I do like a little affection so that I know they like me, or else it can
and also
be weird.
like it does feel good when you're with somebody and they're attractive, and you know other people find them attractive when they're like on you. Like,
right.
but
and,
I just don't need it. It doesn't need to be overboard.
But the PDA doesn't have to be like what do they define as PDA? Because it doesn't have to be necessarily sticking your tongue down someone's throat. It could just be like little gentle touches, or
cuddle.
you know, I don't know.
Like if Amy grabs we're walking with a group and we're all like out partying, and she grabs my hand for 5 seconds and lets go. That feels great to me.
Yeah.
That's that's you saying like, hey. And then we move on, then go back to your conversation. Like, you don't need to stop and like, you know, we're going to go to an alley and just sniff noses.
Yeah, it's just like a
when
little,
we are all still partying.
A little reassurance every now and again is never a bad thing.
Yeah. Have you ever been with somebody that it was too much? You know, too much PDA? Like I was with this girl, and you know, she had to hold my hand anytime we walked through the mall or whatever. And
like my hand's getting wet.
Yeah, I would get hot. My hand would get hot. And it wasn't like I didn't want to, it had nothing to do with me wanting to not show people that we're together. It's just that I'm not 12 years old anymore, you know?
And like in a mall, the union is hard to get around.
And she wants to hold the hands like this, where you're just locked. You know, and I kind of like holding hands a little bit.
Like looser.
Just kind of looser and, you know.
Not completely laced.
Yeah, we're not in middle school.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like they did in middle school, to show all the other kids that they were together.
Right. I'm getting blue knuckles. I just need a little looser.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend who was like that. You had a boyfriend who was like that, Laura?
I just had a partner who preferred that I was a little more touchy-feely in public. Like, it was to the point where, like, he would, like, try to move in, and I'm like, nah. Like, I would just, like, reject his advances.
And he'd want to do it in front of everybody.
Yeah, well, not like not
Well,
do
not like
it.
on a stage, but, you know.
Yeah,
right.
but he wished I was a little more affectionate in public, yeah.
I forgot that Laura doesn't say boyfriend. I got to correct myself.
My partner.
Well, it was, I guess
she
I was
really
like,
likes him. It can be a boyfriend.
I'm just, yeah, well, I haven't had one of those in a long, long time.
My man friend.
Yeah.
A lot of man friends. But no boyfriends, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, no boys.
No boys.
I don't mess with boys.
You'd be surprised the way we act sometimes. I'm not sure we've earned the title.
That's a good point.
It's very true. Honestly, over the weekend, I was very childish. I actually had a lot of fun. I went down to Punk at the Park over the weekend.
You went scoot? You got this
So,
dusted
what
the
was that?
scooter
Was that
off.
downtown Portland?
Yeah, I was at the waterfront, and
Nice.
I saw the Descendants, one of my favorite punk bands from back in the day, and it was a lot of fun. And then I rented a little scooter down there, and I just scooted the waterfront.
Scoot
that was a
Lagoon.
rental scoot. I just thought you had brought yours down.
No,
Yours is
mine
needs
doesn't
repair.
work. But so I rented one, spent like $20, and ate a handful of bugs just flying down the waterfront.
Real nice.
These are delish.
Waterfront bugs are the best.
They are the best.
But I love concerts on the waterfront. I really
Very
do.
nice.
Yeah, I was wondering. We got diverted trying to get to a soccer tournament, and the fences were all up, and I'm thinking, what is down here this weekend?
Yeah, Rose
And
Festival's over.
It made sense once I saw your video.
Yeah, $15 beers, son.
Yeah,
$15 beers.
They were
what?
15 or 16 at Post Malone as well.
I saw you went to Post Malone over the weekend.
Yeah.
I saw
Was
that the
it?
lines were crazy.
So I saw a great meme. It said, "I survived the lines at Post Malone. If you know, you know."
Yeah.
It was biblical. The lines. I mean, it
Damn.
made Foo Fighters seem like we just walked right in that place.
Yeah, the image that you posted, I was like, that's way more people than the Foo Fighters.
It was so many people, and it was a great show. But I mean, we had to pull quite a maneuver to get in. It got so bad that when we came through security, they turned off the. I've never seen this. Turned off the metal detectors, stopped checking bags, and just walked us all in.
Wow!
Like through this whole entrance, and they were just like, "Just go, guys, just go," because the concert was empty.
Yeah.
And Jelly Roll was on the stage.
What is the problem there?
There are not enough entrances open. Once you're in, it's not so bad, but like that hallway, it's designed for soccer, not for another.
Not that many people. It's
15,000,
It's
20
gridlock.
people, 1,000 people.
That's why we need a big stadium, like a baseball stadium.
And
Or,
they need twice the alcohol there.
Providence Park is like, hey, watch it now. We're just getting this concert thing off the
I
ground.
know, but you can't have all those lines.
They at least
There's
have
no
to
way
open
it's
more entrances.
Yeah.
It's not lost on them. And those pictures were
Yeah.
going viral in front of the sign out front. But we got in a timely manner with a few maneuvers, but it was, and then once you were in, you had to get through it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but
And
it
then you
was
had to
a good
sit through
time.
Jelly Roll, which I mean, good
Yeah,
Lord.
I thought it was all a great time.
You liked it?
Yeah.
We have some footage. Go check out our socials at 1059 The Brew or at Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, coming up in a few minutes, tickets to go see Incubus down in Eugene. We will play Sex Toy or Firework for your shot to win. Happy Monday. It's 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, coming up next, we're going to play Sex Toy or Firework for your shot at tickets to go see Incubus down in Eugene. The show is July 16th, by the way, at the Cuthbert Amphitheater.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's a really nice place, outdoor venue. So callers 10 and 11, that's what we're looking for right now, 866-445-1059. We'll play right after Papa Roach on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes.
Happy Monday. All right, Incubus tickets. We've got them for you all this week to see them down at the Cuthbert Amphitheater in Eugene. We just got to play this game.
Sex toy or firework. Sex toy or firework. Sex toy or firework. Sex toy or firework.
Yes.
There it is.
It's a good one.
It's the best.
Sex toy or firework. Sex toy or firework.
Am I the only one? Like, I will literally sing that in the middle of the day on a Saturday. Just to myself, working, it'll pop in my head.
Yeah.
Sex toy or firework. People are like, oh, are you having a stroke?
When
What
you're
are
in
you doing?
the chip aisle at the grocery store, people are like, sir, there are children.
It is one of your favorite holidays, so sing on. You have a few more days.
All right, you just got to tell us if the item we're about to read off is a sex toy or a firework. Last week, we got 0 winners, right? Nobody actually won the game.
Last guy failed at the finish line.
Man, it's tough because you hear these things and you're like, well, geez, I don't know. It sounded like it could be either one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's hope we get a winner this week. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, because, I mean, you know, it's 4th of July. It's Friday, for God's sakes.
Exactly.
Let's be real Americans. Let's go to Blair. Or, sorry, this is Sean. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think your last name's Blair. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
All right. Sean, do you have tickets to Incubus yet?
I would hope not.
No, I do not.
All right, perfect. Because
I've got 3 pair. I got 2 more buds.
If you get this right, you're going. Nice. If you get it wrong, you got to listen to us. Give your tickets to somebody who did absolutely nothing. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Did you get any fireworks this year?
Not yet, no, because work schedule's been a little crazy, working graveyard, so it's not bad.
All right. So he hasn't been there this year. He may not know the names of these things. So this could be hard for him. You got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win, Sean. Are you ready?
But maybe he's a maverick in the bedroom.
Yes, I am.
Maybe.
He's been doing Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Is this a sex toy or a firework, Sean? It's called the Punisher.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm going to go with sex toy.
Is that a sex toy? The Punisher.
Oh, no.
Sorry, no, that is a firework.
Not off to a great start.
Would be an aggressive toy, though.
Yeah.
0-1.
Sex toy or firework, Sean? This item is called the Golden Shower.
Okay.
Oh, that's a firework.
Is that a firework?
Nice.
1-1.
This item is called the Orca. The Orca. Sex toy or firework? He says firework?
No.
What is
That's a sex toy.
What does an orca do?
Free Willy.
I
You
don't
never
know.
saw it?
You're going to have to Google that one, Laura.
Has multiple meanings.
Sex toy or firework, Sean?
1 away from the end.
This item is called the Cone.
Oh.
The Cone.
Ooh. Probably go with the firework. A firework, yeah.
Is that a firework?
A firework.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Oh, bro.
It's all over.
I would have definitely thought firework on that one.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a sex toy. My friend, you have to listen to us give your Incubus tickets to somebody who did nothing. I know.
Darn.
I know. His name is Manny. Good morning, Manny.
Morning.
Hey, bro, you're going to Incubus.
Hell yeah.
It's a hard game, man.
Bummer.
Nobody's won this game yet.
Who would have known about the cone? I don't know why I have a road cone in my mind, but that's not for everyone.
Oh my God, that would be aggressive. Yikes.
I wouldn't put it past people.
Safety
though.
first.
Would not put it past people. All right, we'll have another pair of tickets coming up tomorrow and online at 1059thebrew.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
the big story.
It's time for the big story, where we all go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I'll start. Looks like the 4th of July travel is going to be setting records. AAA is predicting over 72 million people will travel at least 50 miles from home over Independence Day weekend. Almost 63 million of those people will be doing this via, cars. Some people are going to be flying.
Dang. I mean, it's a lot of movement, and I always feel like we get a gas price hike and we get to going. I'm not going to travel on those days, but it's hard not to get out when you got an extra day off.
Yeah, for sure.
You say that all these people, it's an additional 1.3 million road travelers compared to 2024. So
sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. And, later on, we'll tell you about the worst time to leave for the 4th of July.
Oh, perfect.
And the best times to leave so you don't get stuck in the traffic.
Sounds good. I think the big story is that according to President Trump, TikTok may have a buyer. He says a buyer is in place, but he won't say who it is, keeping it under wraps for now. But he has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership several times. He says the new buyers are very wealthy. And he'll have more to say in a couple of weeks, but Congress forced the sale, fearing national security concerns over Chinese ownership. So we'll find out who it is in due time.
I just thought it would be pushed back for the rest of time and be like, well, we'll get to it later.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Get him out of here.
The big story to me is the landscaper, the big balls on this guy, allegedly hosting a party at his client's mansion, a big old place. Now, authorities were notified after this thing popped off, and it turns out this landscaper was behind the whole thing. There were noise violations, parking issues, everything was going sideways. Now, it's a $4.3 million home.
Oh.
Those owners were on vacation, had no idea that their landscaper had plotted to throw a huge party there. Now, he maintains his innocence, he says, and though he faces multiple charges, including breaking and entering, second-degree trespassing, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. They're going to throw anything they could at him. Probably had.
How is he saying he's innocent? I mean, how?
I know. Yeah, I'd be like, bro, we have you on surveillance.
And it's got to be that thing. You're outside in the heat. You're doing their shrubs and their lawn and edge and everything every day, and you're just thinking, God.
You're just trying to have a nice garden.
Just want to go in there one time and do a keg stand. So he is facing some charges. I would hope now, and I don't know how these homeowners are, that it's not an innocent mistake. You did it on purpose, but I don't want you to go to prison for throwing a party at my house. How about we make sure there's no damages and you get a lighter charge than this whole you're going to prison over a party.
One thing's for sure, though, you are fired.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you're not
coming back.
doing any more landscaping at that house.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good that yard looked.
All right, more on those stories at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword. You could score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you.
Happy Monday. All right, there are a lot of concerts over the weekend. Drew went to Post Malone on Saturday night, Posty and Jelly Roll.
Yeah. Also known as Posted in Line.
Yeah, dude. Providence Park. They're just started doing concerts there again last summer. Or was it earlier?
It was
last year. Yeah.
Last year, yeah, with Foo Fighters and Green Day and everything. And the Pumpkins played there.
But it's still like in its first calendar year worth of concerts.
Well, it looks like they haven't worked out the bugs yet because I saw some footage. Someone actually sent me some footage from the line, and it was just, they were like across the street from Providence Park, and it was just a sea of people.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get inside. So how long did it take you to actually get in?
Well, like I was telling you guys earlier, I skirted the line. I did not wait in it. Call me what you want to call me. I'm not staying outside. So
Cutter, we got a cutter over here.
100%. And here to tell you I cut. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There were people who missed half the concert. Some of those people spent $500. Mm-hmm. Like, you find your way in. It's a survival of the fittest at a concert. If you want to get to the front rail of a concert, you can ask permission or you can go to the front rail. Mm-hmm. That's how concerts work. Like, you can be kind and polite, but I'm getting in. But some people, if you stayed out front 2 hours,
oh my God,
maybe. Right. To get in.
And what time did doors open versus when did the show start?
Doors opened at 5:30 or 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And they didn't come on till almost 7 o'clock.
Dude, they've got to figure that out, though. I mean,
they got to get more doors open.
More doors open, be faster at the doors that are open. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's nutty bananas.
Because it's like, I'm pretty sure the show was sold out or close to it. It's like, that you're going to have this many people. Like, be prepared for that.
Yeah, it's tens of thousands of people.
So because there were so many people, there turned into there was a bathroom debacle.
There was a bathroom debacle because not only was it you were running out of cold drinks and then drinks altogether and waiting to get in, the bathroom lines, it was just so many more people. It's the same problem as getting in, that you filled a soccer field on top of what we're used to. Mm-hmm. And so I come out to use the restroom and the ladies' line is all the way through the stadium. Mm-hmm. It's all the way through it. And so I'm all, wow, that's brutal. How long am I going to wait? And I look in the men's line, it's probably like 7 dudes. Mm-hmm. And I go and I realize we have troughs, giant troughs in there. And so we're all peeing in troughs, which is fine. I'm fine with that tonight. And so when I get in there, I realize that there's a full-blown argument going on, and there are females in the men's room. And I'm like, oh, okay. And there is a group of ladies who have posted up in 2 stalls, and they are going to fight the world to defend the stalls because they're going to the bathroom, and so are all their friends.
Okay.
And it starts to turn into like a mutiny.
So because the girls' bathroom is so packed and
they've had it and they're taking over the men's.
They're now commandeering the men's stalls.
Yeah, and there is a group of dudes, because you've got all walks of life at Post Malone and Jelly Roll. You've got country dudes and you've got kind of ghetto dudes and everyone in the middle. So there's some of us who are kind of laughing about it. There are people who are angry, arguing with them, calling them entitled. These girls are fighting back with dirty mouths at the same time. It is a full-blown thing, and I got to get back to this concert, but I watched this little show for a while.
Yeah.
So I guess this leads us to another edition of Who's the A-hole? Because there are bathrooms for men, there's bathrooms for women. And if your bathroom's full, you just have to wait in line like everybody else. But these girls decided to take a couple of stalls from the men's bathroom. Who is the a-hole here? Is it the group of ladies for doing this? Or is it the group of guys who could have just been cool and been like, fine, take your 2 stalls. We got this trough.
Exactly. And there's one other caveat that I think is worth mentioning, and that is that because it's a trough bathroom, it only has 3 or 4 stalls.
So there's not like a big giant line of them.
No,
listen,
no.
Providence Park was built in 1926, so I don't think that they were really thinking about
Post Malone
and Jelly Roll, and what the crowds are going to be like.
And so it's at least 50%, maybe 66% of the stalls they've stolen.
All right, who's the a-hole?
Okay.
Commandeered.
866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. Let's go to the only lady in the studio.
Yes.
Laura, what say you?
I have been in this situation, and I have been the woman who's in the men's bathroom. However, the show that I did that at was Taylor Swift. There were not a lot of dudes, and it was at the big stadium, the big football stadium up in Seattle, so Lumen Field or whatever. Yeah. So there was literally, I ran into maybe one dude in the bathroom when I was in there.
Yeah.
So,
he had his one stall in the corner.
Yeah, and I couldn't even, and like for me, the whole trough situation is weird. Like having to walk by dudes who are like using the trough, like that would make me uncomfortable. Like when I walked into the men's bathroom at Lumen Field, I like looked around just to make sure that there weren't like dudes with their dongs like openly out, because I didn't want to feel uncomfortable. I didn't want to make anybody else feel uncomfortable, but there was no other man in the restroom and the stalls were completely empty. So it's like, I'm not going to wait in line for 45 minutes to use the women's bathroom.
Crowd's 90% women at a Taylor Swift show.
That's a little different.
This situation, I think, is different. And I think for them to be causing a ruckus about it, like if someone is like, hey, sorry, I don't feel comfortable with you being in here or whatever, then leave, go find another bathroom. Because like if the tables were turned, and I know we're going to go there at some point, I wouldn't want just like some rowdy dude in my bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah, like the dude's line's too long. We're going to take these 2 stalls.
You'd be straight up arrested.
Yeah, and I do think it's a little bit of a different scenario, but since there was an issue and since the dudes were like, hey, we would prefer if you would just like get on out of here, I think they need to like respect that and leave.
Beefwater, what say you?
Man, I feel like a lot of this, honestly, is at the feet of the venue. Like, you put 32,000 people or whatever it was I read that was going into Post Malone. Like, I would think bathrooms would be something you would take into consideration.
Right.
So I would err on the side of let the ladies have the 2 stalls. Mathematically, it makes sense. Guys are quicker getting in and out. So there you have it. But I've seen shows before where they've just taken over a men's restroom and turned it into a women's restroom before, though. So I don't really get.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if they're having that many people, you might need to bring in some honey buckets.
You fully do.
For sure.
You've seen this at Oregon State when they built their new stadium. They underthought the bathroom, so second game. What did they do? They brought in 100 portalets to solve a problem.
I mean, it's a nightmare.
Because if you
you just do what you have to do.
Yeah. If you so it's built for soccer. You're adding so many more people when you put people on the field. You know what I mean?
You're doubling it.
It's thousands of people that aren't typically there.
Who's the a-hole? We got text messages coming in. This one is from 1880. It says, when you got to go, you got to go. I agree with the girls. I would totally cut in line. When you got to go, you got to go. However, if you got to go to a concert, survival of the fittest. Like if you have to go to the bathroom at a concert, it's survival of the fittest.
I mean, if you're going to pee your pants, you're going to do things, irrational things, like one way or another, right? Like you're going to find a way to go, even if it's in the pot of a plant.
3049 says it's the entitled Karens who are taking over the bathroom who are the a-holes. Get the F out and use your own bathroom. This one from 0938 says the ladies are the a-holes if they don't show their boobs because that's the price of admission at a concert.
Okay, that's ridiculous and disgusting. But I do think, like, when's the last time a man had to, like, wait in line for that long? When's the last time you guys?
We have to wait.
It absolutely
Sometimes
happens.
we have to wait.
Like how often? Because it's like for us, it's like every event. So it does get exhausting. And it's if there's no line for the men's bathroom, it's like, you guys aren't using all those stalls. Why not use them? So I get both sides of the coin, I guess. But
part of it's, you guys take forever. So if you were just faster about it,
we try.
Get in and out.
Well,
and then
I don't think most of us are like dilly-dallying in the bathroom.
Well, there's a reason there's a line at the ladies and not the men.
Because they're dilly-dallying, and they're comparing merch.
Not in the bathroom.
And can I make a comment about the troughs, Laura? I think you have it in your head wrong. Like everybody's like facing each other at these troughs.
No.
They are still facing a wall, just like a urinal.
Yeah.
There's just more space.
But my whole thing is like, your willies are still out there to a certain
degree.
But they
always are when you're at
I know, but yeah.
This text says, if I had to pee that bad, I would walk right by the guys, put my head down, go pee. And if somebody said something, I would just have to pee really fast because when I got to go, I got to go.
Yeah. Just stay quiet. I think that was their mistake, is trying to fight back against it. Just be quiet and go, and you can look like a victim.
That's what makes them the a-holes. But like,
All right, who's the a-hole here? More of your calls and texts coming up. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, with free agency opening in the NBA in just a couple of hours, the Blazers are opening things up a little bit by releasing DeAndre Ayton. Well, they're actually going to buy him out of his contract. He approached the Blazers saying that he wanted to play for a contender, and there is a little clause in the contracts and the way the league works where they can both kind of wash their hands of this thing. That being said, even though he had his worst years here in Portland, you know what's going to happen. He's going to sign for cheap in Los Angeles or something. He's going to play with LeBron. He's going to get to have a chance at a title. It always happens, but we're not going to cry over spilled milk yet, but I can smell it souring as we sit here. And finally, the WNBA, of course, is going to be adding a team here in Portland, but they're not going to be alone. 3 new teams beyond that will be in the league by 2030. That's Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia as they try and round this thing out. And no better time to do it than right now where the WNBA is making more headlines than ever. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, this hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. If you've been trying and haven't won yet, don't give up. This could be your shot right here. The keyword is Bills. 1059thebrew.com is the website. Type in the keyword Bills, and then just keep an eye on your cell phone. We could call you back in minutes with the money. All right, we're also doing another edition of Who's the A-Hole. So Drew went to Post Malone on Saturday night. It was a sold-out crowd, I think, if not damn near sold out.
Yeah. People are saying 30-some thousand.
Yeah, 32,000, I think is what he said. And the bathrooms were just clogged.
The bathroom
right?
situation was not ideal.
Yeah, there was too many people, the long lines, and so at some point, some women decided to just take over like 2 or 3 stalls and some men's bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Drew saw this, and there was a big argument because there's like, the ladies have their own bathroom. There's a ton of guys in line too, so go wait your turn in your own line.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's also the other hand where it's like, it's ladies. Why just be polite and maybe just let them have a stall or two?
It's definitely an argument on both sides.
If the stalls aren't being used, then...
So who's the a-hole here? 866-445-1059 is the number. We'll take your calls coming up right after Joan Jett. Happy Monday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out
All right, who is the a-hole here? We're asking that question after the Post Malone show at Post and Jelly Roll on Saturday night at Providence Park. 32,000 people, I guess, were at the show, and it was so crowded that the bathrooms, it was just a disaster. Lines were super long. So at one point, some women tried to take over a couple of stalls in the men's restroom. Some men in there saw that, weren't very happy about it, and like a giant argument broke out. Drew witnessed the whole thing, and I guess the question is, who is the a-hole? Is it the ladies trying to steal a couple of stalls when they've got their own and who didn't wait their turn? Or is it the dudes who could have just let them go when I guess they were all peeing in a trough anyway? Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if those... I would imagine that guys are using the stalls too.
Yeah, there are. I mean, you're a perfect example. You don't love a trough.
No, I try to wait for a stall.
Stall.
Yeah, even to pee. Just I'm more comfortable in there.
So I guess my question is: was there a line? Were the guys waiting for the stalls, or was it just guys having a problem with women not waiting their turn and using their bathroom?
It felt like a little bit of a combination of the two. It didn't seem like there was, because there was an open stall during the argument that I saw. But I think that whenever everyone's drinking, so everyone's tongue's a little bit looser.
Yeah.
If I'm in not enemy territory as in hostile, but if I'm outside my lines, I'm just think it's a stealthier move is a better move, because I didn't even notice them until one of the girls was like, "Make us leave," and I'm like, "Whoa, what is happening?"
Yeah, it's like just go in one at a time. You don't
relax.
Need to, yeah,
and like protecting the door. I think it like some of the guys were kind of feeling like, "How old are we? Like we're not perverts. We're not going to climb the stall." You know,
right.
We're just trying to use the trough. But at the same time, the line was not obnoxious for us, and there was room for more activity.
So who's the a-hole here? Let's go to line one. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, who do you think it is, the ladies or the dudes?
I would assume it's the ladies, but also I've also gone to a lot of concerts and watched women go to the bathroom in packs of like 3-4 women at a time.
Bro.
And guys are going by themselves.
I was at Punk at the Park on Saturday night, and I saw a lady take her butt and lean it over the rail of the water and pee. She tried to pee in the water, but all she did was pee on the concrete on the other side of the rail.
And probably the back of her legs.
And the back of her legs and backpack.
Oh, man, that's not a good
but at
move.
I just turned around and I saw that. I go, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
See, if more people at Post Malone acted like her, we would have never had a locked jail.
All right, dude. Appreciate your call, man.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, let's go to line two. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Who is the a-hole here? Are you team ladies or team dude? Oh, they hung up. All right, that's fine. We got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app. You, of course, can send us a message anytime. Just download it for your cell phone.
Hey, Tanner. Hey, Drew. Laura. Morning. I'm going to have to say the park is the a-hole, first and foremost. But secondary, I'd have to say the guys. I mean, if you're not taking a crap and you're in a trough, what's it matter?
I don't know. I think in the situation with the bathrooms, I think something really needs to be addressed with the venue itself. And if I was a woman and I was standing there and I couldn't hold it anymore, I mean, I'd be running into that man's room too. I mean, there have been times with emergencies. Have you ever been in a line with a screaming kid too that has to go to the bathroom? Yeah, no. So, I don't know. I kind of sympathize with the ladies here.
All right. 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Clearly, Providence Park has to do something. They've got to bring in more honey buckets. They got to do something.
The honey buckets is a great idea because you see that at larger concerts too.
Where the hell are you going to put them?
There is no, now it's just going to say there's no space for that. There isn't a giant, like, outside area where you can walk out into a foyer.
You know what they're going to have to
downtown.
do is to block off a section outside of the park.
And they're going to have to allow
people to go there.
Like a little smoking area, but for pooping.
A little pooping area.
Yeah.
Because people need just even more troughs. And then give the girls the inside ones.
No, you guys are just going to have to go cheek to cheek on this one.
We're already getting pretty archaic with the trough.
We got some text messages coming in through our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one's from 3156. It says, all I know is Tanner won't pee in that trough for sure. Yeah, not if there's other people in there. I cannot.
Right, can everyone get out of here?
I cannot tandem pee in a trough.
And can you do it while there's a screaming argument over your shoulder?
Well, could you, to Drew's point earlier, it's not much different than like the individual urinals. So like, could you pee in a urinal?
No. If there's dudes right next to me, I have to go into a stall. I just can't. I lock up, man.
Oh, man.
And there's so much to look at.
Very distracting. This text comes from 6525 says girls should have just hung it out their butts and used the trough. No one would have complained. Definitely the a-holes.
Though there would have been some cheering. There were some dudes who would have gotten hooping and hollering if there was 4 butts hanging over the trough.
Yeah.
5208 says it depends on the situation. The guys are the a-holes if their stall's still available. The girls are the a-holes if no stalls are available and you can't poop in a trough.
Because think about that, because nobody wants to poop at a concert, of course. But you get out there, you get excited, you get the chili dog and you get the bubble guts. You come in there and there's a full-blown civil war in there and you just want a little quiet time.
What about this? 1062 sent a text in and said, for the bathroom issue, I'd like to point out that if women wouldn't go to the bathroom in large groups, the line wouldn't be that long.
It does contribute to the problem. I know you guys got to check on your fit check and the whole deal, but...
Yeah, I guess I guess I never thought of it that way.
You should be, and I get a buddy system at a concert. A girl shouldn't just feel like she has to go alone, but
because I do feel like
one friend is
one
fine.
friend. You don't need a gaggle of girls.
And I think that's like for me, it's like if I'm going to a show or a Timbers game or whatever with one friend, and we go out and we're like, let's go get a beer and hit the bathroom on the way back.
Yeah, that's
like
different.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna take a group of 6 and hop in line for the bathroom.
We got more text messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Tanner, Drew, Laura. Yeah, I was there last night. A little bit crazy. People were in my seats, so I just basically went up top and stood, listened to music, enjoyed myself. But when I did leave right after Jelly, before Posty, there was a nice line for the men's bathroom by like 15, 16 people at the 200 level. So it was just a show. Crazy. Just crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess he's saying wait your turn, basically.
And I would say that's something to take into consideration also is like while you're in the bathroom, the men's bathroom with your friends hogging the stalls, there could be a line of dudes, forming outside. And now who's the inconsiderate one? So I think if there's no line, you go in, do your business and leave.
Yeah.
Not a problem. But otherwise, I don't know.
I don't think anyone, and tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think anyone in here is arguing, though, that if a dude, if Tanner and I are like, oh my God, we're going to pee our pants, if we just breached the ladies' door, it would not have been a good scenario.
No, we would have been tased. We would
be like, oh my God, they're trying to look at us.
We would have been called perverts.
And there would have been no conversation.
There's a double standard for sure, but
I'm just pointing that out.
Guys,
yeah.
But guys,
but it is life.
Guys are chill.
That's life.
I feel like that's one thing that guys are kind of chill about. Like whatever, girls have to.
And
use
also like women
use the bathroom, whatever.
Yeah,
But
and
I do think waiting your turn is important, though.
Yeah, me too. It's hard to justify like bringing it back to the Taylor Swift thing. It's like, man, that line was so long. It's like, there's no way I'm going to wait in that one. I could just walk right into the men's restroom. I encountered one dude who was like, you cracked the code. I was like, yeah, I did. Because, and I'm not saying everybody should do that, but, I mean.
Yeah, well, Taylor Swift, there's not a lot of dudes
desperate
there.
times. It is different just because of, like, the audience, but
it's not as mixed a situation.
Yeah.
And, more talkbacks coming in through our app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. I think the women are the a-holes. But then again, the tables are turned at a NASCAR race because the men's line, that is the longest.
And like I think at a NASCAR race, it's like, I don't know, like, yeah. If the tables were turned, it would be a little weirder. But if there's a dude in a stall just minding his own business, can you really be mad about that? I don't know.
Someone will call him a fapper.
Yeah, he's in there.
I
heard a noise. There's moaning coming from that stall.
No, I think you're right, Laura. There's no big deal, but there's always somebody who's going to.
Yeah, I totally agree.
He'll still get tased, but it's not fair.
Yeah.
More of your calls and texts coming up in just a few minutes. This hour's keyword, though, I'm going to give it to you one more time because you only have, about 18 minutes to get this hour's keyword in, and then we got to start over.
That's right.
This hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 is bills, as in take this money and pay off some damn bills. 1059thebrew.com is the website. Enter that keyword in to win.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up in just a few minutes, another keyword that could be your shot at $1,000. And I know a lot of people have been trying, and you're like, damn, man, I can't win. But those are the words of a quitter.
That's right. And if you hit that cash right into a long weekend,
Oh, that'd be so nice.
Where the 4th of July sits at the front end,
right?
That's a party.
And some people win right away when they try. Some people, it takes them a couple of tries. So don't give up if you haven't won yet. We got another keyword here coming up in just 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Nice.
As soon as you hear it, log on to 1059thebrew.com. Then a box will pop up. Type in that keyword. And then after that, keep an eye on your cell phone. We could call you back with $1,000. That's right after Bush on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom, for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Just sitting here thinking about Laura standing out in front of a tow yard last night trying to get her car.
I was literally talking to the security guard through the gate because he's like, I can't let you in.
Yeah.
I was like, bro.
Laura got a car towed because she parked in a no parking place yesterday, and it was like at 8 o'clock at night on a Sunday. Can you imagine? I would just be melting down.
I'd be sad, like outright sad, like
on
a curb.
And I feel because I
I literally cried in my Lyft ride.
I don't blame you.
I was like, I don't, because then you look at the ticket and you're like, okay, $260 or whatever, and then I called the place. And they're like, yeah, it's going to be $310. I was like, the ticket said $260. And he's like, yeah, well, it's after hours. I'm like, oh, my God. And then I get there and I realize I have an $85 ticket on top of the $300. And I was like, I can't win.
Sucks, yeah.
Like,
well, this person sent a text in and said, Laura, if they gave you just the ticket, you wouldn't pay it like all the others. So how will you learn?
I will say that the last ticket I got, which was fairly recent, I did pay. So
which is good. I mean, you're starting clean here.
I would have paid this ticket.
I'm telling you, is this karma? Is this karma? Like, I don't want to rub it in because I know she feels bad about it, and I feel for her. I do. But is this not karma for all the unpaid parking tickets?
It's not karma because
we didn't wish it upon you.
I definitely did not.
But it feels like the universe just came in and threw you like a foot kick. But I also feel
like, like who's the real villain here? It's not me.
I'm not saying
it was an
you.
accident. I didn't purposefully park in a no parking zone.
But there's a line from the movie Ghostbusters: "Call it fate, call it karma."
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think
parked in a blind corner. You could have killed a family out there.
Stop! I don't think my car should have been towed. All I'm saying.
I think that the price tag on that is obnoxious for a girl at a park for an hour and a half to hit with almost $500. It is obnoxious, but
and I just
you did
imagine
thumb your nose at authority for years on end.
I did. I'm not going to say I'm not going to pay this parking ticket.
You have to pay it, don't you? Because they're going to put a boot on your car or something.
No, that only happens once you get a few.
You've got to pay this one. You're on the registry now.
I'm gonna call him and try to get out of it. Is what I'm gonna try to do. Be like, please have mercy on my soul.
Okay.
Work up some of those Uber tiers before you call him.
Yeah, like I've been having a really bad week, and I didn't have the money to go get my car.
You tell them, and this is gonna be bad, but since they'll never know, tell them you aren't gonna be able to make your car payment.
Yeah, I'd be like, I can't pay my rent this month.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They might hear it. They might hear it all and just have zero sympathy.
I'm sure they have heard it all.
Is this that Laura who never pays her tickets?
Oh, stop!
I thought I recognized your voice.
One and the same.
You get about
busted.
You get about $1,400 in tickets here.
We actually called Colorado.
No, I have a great track record of paying my tickets in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that should matter. And they return the favor immediately after I pay that parking ticket. They return the favor by towing my car. Talk about bad karma.
Well, you got to read the signs, Laura. You got to look at the signs because there wasn't no parking sign.
They should put the signs in more visible locations.
I've seen you park though, and I love you to death. But just check the signs. That's all.
Yeah, but you've never seen me park in a no parking zone.
I'm just glad.
Well, I don't know that you haven't because, you just park and go there real fast. You just park and leave your car. She doesn't I look around to make sure.
Do you get out of your car every time and look down the block to see, let's see.
Well, I do at least make sure that it's an actual parking spot. Yes, I do that.
I do fear the idea of being towed to the point where I make sure.
Well, I am going to be more careful from now on because I don't want my car getting towed again.
Wait, somebody asked you weren't driving one of the Jeeps from the dealership?
No. Okay, so
Can you imagine if you had that towed?
God.
That would have been so bad because when you tow brand new cars, it's not great for the car.
No. Yeah, because you have to force it.
But don't you need don't you need all the paperwork? And when
you
have those cars,
do you own this car, this, that, and the other thing?
I picked it up at a dealership, so you bought it. No, I grabbed it. You stole it. No,
I borrowed it. They let me have it for the weekend.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm calling the police.
Oh my God, can you imagine? I would have had to call Sammy at Jeep of Gresham and be like, hey bro, so sorry, that nice new Rubicon you just let me borrow, it got towed. No, thankfully I opted. I'm going to be borrowing a Jeep this coming weekend instead of this past weekend. So I'll be ultra careful this weekend.
You would never be able to parallel park that big car.
How dare you?
Text from 1880 says, every time I get a ticket from the cameras, I tell them it was my twin sister that took my car. And when I send a copy of my license front and back, I've never had to pay one. They always drop it. Last one had a photo of me flipping off the camera. It was hilarious.
Wow.
It's like, I know I'm blowing through this light, and you're going to know
I never
it too.
have a chance to flip it off. It's always like a big dumb look on my face.
You're like, damn it.
I'm embarrassed.
You don't realize till after the fact.
Yeah.
I just fear that when you try and get out of this and your excuse is I didn't see the sign, they might ask, well, what if that was your answer to I didn't see the stop sign or the yield sign?
I didn't see the child.
Yeah. I didn't see the giant red octagon.
That's not going to be my excuse. My excuse is going to be like, you guys just took me for nearly $350. Do you really need another $85? Like, I feel like it should be. I feel like it should be tow or ticket, not both. Right?
This person says they find it funny that you get hit with a $500 fine, yet there's a meth mobile down the street.
That's been my thing in Portland for forever. It's like, I'm not paying for parking when there's literally someone living next to my car.
If you put a tent over it, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1059 The Brew. It's Portland's Rock Station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Getting more text messages through our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line about Laura's car being towed last night. And this happened at like 8 o'clock last night. She got towed. And so she had to go through the rigmarole of just finding where it went.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
which
8 p.m. for you that's like 11 or midnight, just on your body clock.
When I left, my friend was like, "What are you getting up to the rest of the night?" And I was like, "Sleeping." And so I was looking forward to going home and just like going to bed.
3842 says, geez, I've lived in Portland for 26 years and I've never gotten a parking ticket here.
Oh, well, congratulations.
2396 says, Jesus, Laura has parking tickets in Colorado, now racking them up here. Smiley face. Why the hell do you just park illegally? She's just in her own little world, driving around.
It was an accident.
Parking wherever she wants.
It was an accident.
Not a lot of forgiveness in that one.
No.
4492.
I knew I was going to get it today.
They say, tell Laura there's always TriMet. Passes $100 a month. Think of the savings.
Look,
she loves TriMet.
I love TriMet. If TriMet was an option last night, I totally would have taken the max. You know me. I'm all about it.
You probably could have called any of us. I'm sure we would have helped if you needed it.
But like
you
you said,
you would have had to drive from all the way across town.
Who cares?
I just get a lift.
The Uber was the right idea.
I need to be there right. I was like, I need my car right now.
I would have helped you.
I know, but
I know Beefwater would have. He loves to leave the house.
That would have been inconsiderate for me to
you made a valid point here a minute ago, Tanner, with then you got to figure out where your car's at. When I was down at the Starlight Parade, I had just gotten there and gotten into my position, and this lady comes walking up and she goes, "Hey, have you seen a blah 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 parked? It was right over here." And I'm like, "There's been no cars on this block since I've been here." And she's like, "Oh, I got towed."
Nah.
And it's like, and she's
hard
like,
to find it.
Do you know where? I have no idea.
So how do you?
Got to just start.
I think there's some signs around that will say like a number.
No, because there was no like tow-away zone. It wasn't anything like that. It was just like no parking. So I literally Googled where to find my car if it's been towed. And it popped up. It's like Portland.gov has a little. You have to type in your license number and no.
Well, at least there's that.
They have a record and they'll tell you where it is.
Yeah, they probably have to say it pretty quick and put it on, on a docket because otherwise you're stealing cars. Like you have to say, I have like, this person's car.
Where is my vehicle?
5858 says every guilty person says it was an accident.
Oh, that's not true. Most people wouldn't admit guilt, and
Yeah, she did admit it.
I think this
I
punishment,
did the wrong thing.
I feel like she's punished enough at nearly $500.
Yeah. And I apologize if I missed this part of the story, but where did you park? What was the problem? You parked was it just a loading zone? Was it
no?
Just
It was a
anytime?
parallel parking spot. I parked in between two other cars, so I thought it was fine, and I had not seen the sign. I was parked immediately ahead of the no parking.
Just a generic no parking.
In a turn. Beef.
It was we were getting ready to turn. There was still room, I will say. I was not parked in a hazardous location.
I was on your side till I just heard where you parked at.
On a curve? I just can't. It wasn't on a curve. It was before the curve.
Just into a blind corner.
I'm not going to pick on you anymore because
there was.
You already know you're in the wrong.
We all park on blind corners all the time.
I do feel bad. It sucks.
It wasn't a corner. It was about to be a corner, but it wasn't.
She's gonna cry. I don't want to. Yeah, we're not gonna bash you too much. Drew might a little bit more.
No, I've said my piece.
Okay.
Cut me some slack.
Hang on, I'm not done yet. Define curve.
Coming up here in a few minutes, Beefwater and I are going to talk about a little challenge that we have between the two of us, and it's really going to end up. It's going to end up well for the both of us, regardless of who wins. Right?
I agree.
We'll tell you about it coming up in less than 10 minutes. It's 1059 The Brew. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yeah. Happy Monday. Beefwater, good morning, sir.
And good morning to you and everybody else out there. How we doing?
Doing well, man. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was productive. Got a lot of work done around the house.
Yeah.
Got a little sun on my neck. Felt good.
Yeah, so Casey said he had a sunburn.
He was cutting
It's not
limbs.
a full-on burn.
Yeah,
It's
what do
just
you
when you
mean?
feel it in the shower.
What do you mean it's feeling good? You were just in here complaining about it.
I don't
how-
like the way it feels, but it felt good to be out getting it. That's what I'm saying.
See, yeah.
Okay.
That's
a little
an
beef
earn-
burn never hurt anybody, I guess.
That's an earned neck burn.
He's a well done beef today.
Felt good.
All right.
It does have a maroon to it, though. Now that I'm looking at it,
that's
even
not
the
great.
shadow,
That's
it's
not
red.
great.
Yeah.
See that?
That's good.
Yeah.
We need to get
no,
you.
it's-
Well, you don't.
need some aloe.
Shout out to melanoma.
Laura, he doesn't believe in lotion.
I know,
So-
'cause
In case she's
he's
in
a
my
man.
Only if I'm in a well.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what that means, but
What
all right.
is- You mean like put the lotion in the
Yeah.
basket? Is that
Oh, I see.
Okay, I
I
thought
get
it was
it.
just
I get
you
it.
and yourself and the lotion and the thing.
That's creepy. All right, so Beefwater's in here because we've got a little challenge between each
The two of you.
It's
us.
mono and mono. That's all there is to it.
Just the two of you.
You're going to look me in the eye like a man, and we're going to challenge it.
So this isn't like a steak cook-off or anything like that, although that would be fun.
You are going to be cooking something off, though.
We're going to be cooking the fat off.
That's
Oh,
right.
yes.
That's right. Beefwater and I have decided to challenge each other to a weight loss competition to see who can lose the most weight in 6 weeks, which will start the Monday after the 4th of July, next week.
So the 7th of July.
Which
yeah.
I do love the timing. It allows people to take one last walk in the glory of the taste buds and to not, because if you started it before the 4th, I feel
I'd
like
be butthurt.
it's un-American, right? And we're not doing it. So
Agreed.
after the fact, I think you guys will kind of get a chance to get a couple last glizzies and then get to work.
We started talking about this like 2 weeks ago, and that was my thought. Like, I don't want to have to like not eat a hot dog on the 4th of July. But
That's not cool.
Considering I bought 148 hot dogs. Like,
Jeez.
I'm ready to get down.
Yeah.
Did you really buy 140? Oh, okay.
But I will, because that's it. Like I'm gonna eat like I'm on bail this weekend.
I do feel like it's like when stores put things like they raise the price just to discount them. I feel like that would be your weight loss. You weigh in at a higher weight, and then it's easier to take off a few pounds after you've eaten 42 hot
Just
dogs.
lots of sodium. I need to retain a ton of water.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good time.
So
Sorry, no, you go ahead. I was just gonna say that just be careful coming into competition completely sodium slammed, but a little extra weight on might be good for you.
That's what I'm worried about. So we're gonna start this a week from today. And do I like just go crazy this week and eat literally whatever I want, or do
Because
I
this
take it
is-
easy to get to start getting ready for it?
Because this is going to be based on what percentage.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily how much, like pound by pound, you lose.
Literally everybody that knows I'm about to start a weight loss has told me go for broke right now.
Oh, wow.
Leading
Okay.
into it.
Just eat whatever you
Go for
want.
broke.
Okay.
I just
What is
feel
that
like
in
that's
comparison to what you've been
uncomfortable.
doing day in and day out?
Absolutely nothing.
So-
I live a life. My life is go for broke.
And
All
that's
in, baby.
one of the reasons we started doing this. Beefwater, does the fast food frenzy. He'll have another one coming up tomorrow. And he loves fast food. At one point, he's not like this anymore. I will say that. But at one point, he was eating it like twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was getting concerned because we just found a photo. Laura found a photo of him from November.
Yeah.
And he is half the person.
Yeah.
In just those few months, he has put on, like, I would say probably 50 pounds, maybe 40.
Yeah, I think 40 is pretty safe.
All right.
I think 40 is a pretty
40 to
safe
50.
bet.
So what's the chances one of you have, because you're going to have a bite of food, obviously, that you enjoy. You're going to have a cheat meal. You're going to do these things. What is the chances of having like a total late night letdown?
Well, dude, I just can't have it in my house,
Because that's where you'll lose the day's progress.
Because I do really well until about 8 p.m. and then I just raid my
But
refrigerator.
even when a competition is involved, because I feel like once it's a contest, it's different. Like once you have an end goal, it's a different.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to feel. All I know is that I'm going to hate it. And it's for 6 weeks. So,
But at least you'll be working towards
I don't know about you, but I'm not looking at this like a competition with you. I just want to put my best foot forward and have the best results I can get for myself in the time frame.
That being said, you better try and win. You better
however
try and
it
win.
shakes out, yes, I'm going to kick your ass. But
hey, if you do kick my ass, I say
I think
more
it's
power
great
to you. Because
either way, dude, I'm
And
stoked.
it is like a win-win situation.
Yeah.
It is, because I don't know if I would do it on my, I wouldn't just set out to do it. I know I need to, but like this helps push the ball and
I
get
agree
it rolling.
because
Having,
if
an accountability.
if we didn't do this on the air, I'd go a week and I'd be like, all right, I'm getting a
I did pretty
cheeseburger
good.
or whatever.
It's time to have some garlic knots.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Did I
garlic
just
knots
see
are
a
so
two junior bacon cheeseburger combo for $8?
Right.
There is a
$8.
serious deal going on.
So you do have a bit called Fast Food Frenzy.
I do.
So are you going to turn that into like a fresh food frenzy or something?
I don't
Like,
know
what
about
do you
fresh
do?
food. But
Just do the healthy options at these fast food places.
I think doing a more thoughtful take on it would
like
be
a
the
grilled
effort.
chicken. Or
Yeah, like here's the
something.
Caesar salad from Wendy's.
Yes.
They got a good, spicy chicken
So
Caesar salad.
I think we can keep a toe in both lanes here.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
cool.
Yeah, I'm really kind of nervous about it because I love to eat, man. And like over the weekend, I killed another pack of Starburst because I love Starburst.
Oh God, your tooth.
With the tooth on the
Your
lamb.
Tooth is fine though. Dude.
I know, but don't thumb your nose.
Your brother told me to not chew on it, and I
Yeah.
haven't been. But every once in a while, I'll give it a shot, and I don't. It's like
He
I feel like
goes-
nothing's happened.
He goes, I haven't been, but every once in a while I try it
just to see if it's
to
still
see.
like if it hurts,
toss
and I'm
it out
fine.
later over
That's
there.
how you.
But he told me to not do it for like a week. And
So once we get going, are you guys planning on doing a diet only thing, or are you planning on doing an exercise and diet?
I'm gonna do both.
Yeah.
Little combo.
Well, we've got some help coming.
Okay.
Shirley at G3 Fitness in Beaverton is going to come and help
nice.
us like get dialed in.
Yes.
and,
Come up with a
and
plan.
give us a baseline.
So here's what we're gonna do. On Friday, she's gonna be in studio.
Okay.
Right? She's gonna be in studio hanging out, and
Wait, this weekend?
We're not here this Friday.
is it not
This
this
Friday's
Friday?
4th of July.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay,
the
so
following.
So it's following 4th of July.
The following Friday.
Or the Friday. Jesus Christ.
We know what you're
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Only
Okay.
next
one
one week.
One
from
week
this
after the 4th
Friday.
of July.
Yes.
Got it. All right. So
Hit that
she's
crash and burn car wreck effect over real quick.
Yeah, here. There it is.
You brought the show to a halt.
So she'll be in studio, and then we're gonna do a weigh-in, right? So we'll be talking about our body percentages and how much we need to lose, and we'll both weigh in, and we'll find out exactly how much I weigh and exactly how much
But
beef
she's
water
going to
weighs.
help us also with like meals and stuff
And
like
getting
that.
her prep,
So-
diet, getting it planned.
So she's
together.
going to say, hey, you got 6 weeks. Here's what you need to do in 6 weeks to get from here to here. And I think that is what I need more than anything.
And now there are a bunch of examples of this lady like really dialing in people's bodies because you guys are going to go use this cool machine that really makes it specific to you. So I'm excited to see what it does because, everybody needs
Right.
a little of that.
And then we'll do it it'll be a 6-week competition, and we'll weigh in after that every Wednesday. So it'll be weigh-in Wednesday.
Perfect.
And we'll just check in with the progress and see how we're doing. And if beef water, because he's going to fall off the wagon eventually.
What are you talking about?
Go to McDonald's.
7 weeks from now, I'm going to be in a fireman calendar.
He's
And I'm
gonna
not
be-
even a fireman.
he's
That's
gonna
the
be-
crazy part.
He's going to be auditioning for a job with Thunder Down Under.
Yeah.
All right.
The geriatric version.
I hope so. Because even if you win, even if you beat me, I feel like we're both going to come out on top. I
And
feel
look,
like.
and if you're out there going like, man, I could also stand to lose a few pounds, like now's the time. Jump in.
Wouldn't
call
that be
in.
cool
Let's do it.
when we do the weigh-in Wednesdays if people who are going along leave us a talk back and tell us your progress?
Yeah.
Someone sent a text
could
in
help a lot.
and asks from 9614 and says, Tanner, are you able to slow down on your drinking? Alcohol is fattening too. Lots of luck.
Whoa.
I don't drink that much. I drink on
Soda's more. You're not drinking a lot of it now, but soda's more of the thing, right?
Soda was my biggest problem. I've cut that out pretty much.
I mean, you
and
do
I was drinking
drink-
Gatorades.
You
And
do enjoy a cold pop on the
I
weekend.
love them.
It's my
but
downfall.
I don't drink it like every day anymore.
I'm not
No,
talking
Casey,
soda.
you
I'm
like a
talking
cold
like
soda. He likes a cold
Coors
Light
Lights.
on a
But
weekend.
it's empty calories either way.
All
either
of
way,
it is.
True.
right?
Yeah.
So I really only drink on like a Friday and Saturday night.
You're gonna have to. You maybe.
I could drink like vodka and
hard
start
liquor,
drinking.
but that's not really your favorite, right?
I can deal with it.
What I was going to say,
That's
what's
true.
the seltzer situation?
Well, I mean, I can drink. Basically, you can drink, a couple drinks a day if you want. If you just drink clear alcohol,
All right.
but
Yeah.
don't be drinking just vodkas.
No.
That's a
I
lot.
was
My
just
new
gonna-
favorite drink is vodka water.
Well,
it's
and
actually
So
delicious.
I was just gonna mix it with some Mad Dog and see what
Yeah.
happens.
Okay.
Exactly. And then I fought my neighbor.
Yeah, just see what happens. It can take you anywhere.
Yeah,
Places you'll go.
I was talking to the manager at the McDonald's by me and telling him about this situation, and he's like, "I'm gonna have to lay off 2 people."
Yeah.
Because you're keeping them in business.
You're
right.
biting into the bottom line with this little
Yeah.
get healthy endeavor.
Wait, are you really on like a first name basis with the McDonald's?
Listen, my life
manager?
is sad.
Okay.
They know you. Like when you
Yeah.
come in, they know your order. Do they know your voice?
They know me at the one up here in Tigard. I walk in, and the manager
Really?
goes,
My
"Hey, Casey,
God,
how's it going?"
you're McNorm.
Yeah, I'm McNorm.
I remember when I was in Eugene, I'd go to the Taco Bell so much that they knew my order. Like they'd come up and be like, "Hey, it's me," and be like, "All right, 2 chili cheese burritos." And like,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't know. I still don't know if it's good or bad. Like, there's a part of me that appreciates it in this day and age where, like, nobody wants
But
to talk to you as a customer.
You know you're going to eating fast food too much when they know you there.
Yeah.
But also,
It's time for them
you
to
can
forget your
become-
name in the next 6 weeks.
You can become a regular at other bars and restaurants, and it's not weird. So what's wrong with being a McRegular?
Yeah, I see no issue.
So
It's fine.
Where everybody knows his name.
We just got a text from 7517. It says, not sure what the stakes are for the weight loss, but if Tanner wins, he should make Beefwater show him his toes.
Yeah, we've heard this before.
I think, is it on the table, though?
It should be.
I don't know why it needs to be.
That's not about need.
Well, what's the other end of the bet?
Yeah, what is
and
that?
Then you
There's
can make
nothing in
him
it
do
for
whatever
me.
you.
There has to
could
be. There has to be in order for it to
Yeah.
be a bet.
Like there's like what? I don't even know what an example of that would
I don't
be.
either.
Well, think about
Outside
it.
of cash money. Like it's all I just want I want to win Tanner's money.
Tanner's made of money. He can.
I
What are you
know.
talking about? This
what I
person
mean.
said Tanner's going to go into that machine and it's going to say error, lost cause.
Oh, people are being savage.
Well, I was
now.
thinking about this from my perspective of the lady just going like, "Oh, I've never seen numbers like this
my
before."
God,
Drew,
that
the
is not
shape
true.
Drew, Laura, who do you think will win? Who do you think will be victorious in this weight loss challenge between me and the beef?
I'm honestly most looking forward to just figuring out where I'm supposed
sorry,
to be.
is your name Drew or Tanner?
I don't
Or
remember.
Drew or
I
Laura?
don't
It's
remember
not
asking.
about
Sorry
it,
about
yeah.
that. I was not paying attention.
This is an A/B conversation. See your way out of it.
Drew,
Beefwater.
who do you think will? Because remember, in your defense, Beefwater, I did a weight loss challenge with another character on the show years and years ago down in Eugene, and I lost that one.
Oh, I see.
Well, but hold on. No, we're still question
go
to
ahead.
me.
Get it out there.
You have the history of doing it. You know you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I know Beef can do it, but he doesn't know that.
Right.
You know, and so you have a luxury here. Nobody remembers that turd beat you in that competition. You know what they remember? They remember you fitting in a tux very well at my wedding. That was the goal. So even if, I don't even remember how much the other guy lost, but you lost a significant amount of weight. I don't remember how long it was, but it was.
I went from 280 to like 205.
Whoa.
Something like that.
And you've kept
in
the
how
bulk
much
of it on.
time?
Not in 6 weeks. He didn't lose 75,
Okay.
but in a little longer period.
Okay, my hang up is I'm really torn because Tanner has done this before, so I have full confidence that he can absolutely do it again. Beefwater, though, I feel like maybe the weight will fall off faster
'Cause this
if
is
he
new
just
fat.
changes his habits a little bit.
I wanna look
so
sick.
I don't know.
Are
But
we going to
here's the thing.
test you for Ozempic? Both of you. at
I'm
the
not
end?
taking Ozempic, but we
Good.
both have the loose, soft, doughy fat.
We both carry our weight in the same area.
Yes,
We're
like
both
I've
tire
got
carriers.
I've got a tire on my belly and I got some man boobs. That's really the things that I want to get rid of the most.
A little
And
back handle over there.
it's a back fat. But I don't know. Like I think it's going to fall off of us both pretty quickly.
I just want to know where I'm supposed to be. You know, like if you just plug in my height, it tells me that I could be anywhere from 145 to 175, and that's not helpful. Like
No,
I mean,
not
so
at all.
like where am I supposed to be?
Yeah.
If you were at 160 pounds or 165 pounds, you'd feel great.
My
But I
doctor told
also
me I
think-
needed to be 180, 185, somewhere around.
I also think it depends on
Yeah, Tanner's taller if you don't know this, so he
yeah.
is correct.
And what kind of weight we talking? Like, are you trying to build muscle? Are you just trying to slim down? Like, I think your goals are important too, like long term.
Well, I don't want to put on too much muscle because
But just
I'm
turn
trying-
what you
muscle-
have into
Yes.
muscle.
But
I'm-
if it's a percentage of like body fat, then the muscle won't matter, right?
Yeah, and when I think that's what because we're meeting with the lady today and figuring out exactly what the formula is to what equals better weight loss. You know, if we're
Yeah.
going to do percentage or pounds or how that's going to work.
Isn't the protein increase part of the weight loss situation? It seems like anytime people are doing this, they immediately start pounding more protein, drinking the protein drinks.
Yeah, because you need the fuel to keep going. But I think Casey still drinks a little soda.
Yeah,
So
I think
once he
does.
kills,
That's his thing.
if he can do no soda for 6 weeks, he could lay there and lose the
I'm
time.
saying he will just drop the weight.
But same with you, Tanner. You stay away from any sugary drinks.
I stopped drinking Gatorades and I'm just drinking sugar-free Gatorade
well, you can't
now.
be fisting Starburst anymore.
I know, that's all done.
I drink more
I know what to
water.
do.
You
Everyone
might,
just
you could have a couple of DPs over the weekend, though.
Listen to this. 4492 just says, why is Laura making fun of Beefwater being on a first-name basis with the fast food places when the traffic citation clerks all know her by name?
We keep coming back.
You know what? We're done with that segment for today. So
If I've learned anything, Laura, we're never done.
Well, I'm excited. I'm nervous. We got to come up with a classy name for this game, and there's got to be something at stake, right?
Yeah,
there's got to be.
we got to work through
I
that.
really want to see those toes. I'm about that.
I think everyone's about that.
I'm about that, son.
Casey's
Oh,
concern.
man. This may be the biggest factor in him winning this competition.
Casey comes in here. He's like, I'm 109 pounds. You can all eat curb.
But at least if you
dude,
do
are you
lose
good?
and show us those toes, it'll be thin. They'll be thin. You know, like
Be
your
skinny
your
toes.
toes
Well,
will be
not if
skinny.
he falls off the wagon and has to show.
Look, man, I've drank more water lately than I have in a considerable amount of time. My soda intake has decreased by a solid 80%.
And your skin is glowing.
You are beautiful.
And I feel like with a little bit of want to, it's all going to go just fine.
All right.
That's the whole thing. You have to want to do this.
Get it. We got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Tanner, we should put this foot thing to bed for once and for all. I think that Tanner should get in contact with his dad, and I do mean contact, not give it a shot or shoot an email or call, but actually get in contact. And if he does so, I think we get to see them feet. Give me a tippy toe.
That is
Listen, that's
actually
fair.
a great.
Give me a tippy toe.
It's
But
fair
what
'cause
does that entail?
I don't really want to reach out to my dad, but that is just fair.
You gotta
I
send
want
an
to go
email.
with you to a run. I think it would be a fun time.
Not right now.
Yes, right now. That's the excitement.
I think Delta's flying direct.
One more talkback.
Very cheap flights to Iran. Right
One more talkback, then we have to take a break.
All right, guys. I did the Gambler 500 over in Eastern Oregon, and somehow I gained 20 pounds in beer. Well, I kind of know how that happened. Anyways, I'm in. When do we start this challenge? Get down to my fighting weight again for next year's Gambler 500.
So next Friday is when we're going to, I guess, officially. Well, I thought it was
launch.
Monday that we were going to start.
Yeah, Monday.
Monday we're going to start
Will
it,
be
and
when
then
we
she'll be
actually
in
kick it off.
studio on Friday.
Yes.
And
So-
then she'll weigh us and all. I guess,
Yes.
but we got to weigh ourselves on Monday too.
You could do that. I think bring a scale in here and
Yeah.
you can do it, and then it'll be
We'll do
she'll do it
official-
official
Yeah.
All right.
on Friday.
All right. I'm ready.
I'm looking forward to it, man. Honestly, whatever
You
challenges
mean you're looking
aside,
forward to being able to see your toes again?
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Court's giving me the eyeball because we're late.
My turn.
Time's
Hell
up.
out of here.
Oh, man, I didn't even notice. I didn't even look at the time.
We do have a few more talkbacks I want to get to. Of course, Beefwater and I are going to start a weight loss competition as soon as the 4th of July is over, that Monday.
Yep.
And we're going to weigh in on Monday morning. And I'm kind of, you shared with me, Beef, that you're kind of embarrassed to weigh yourself, because I am too.
I'm not necessarily embarrassed to weigh myself. I am a little embarrassed by what the number might be.
Yes, that's
what I
well. I
mean?
mean, that's what I'm embarrassed.
I think
about.
that's the whole
right.
deal.
Yeah.
If it said sleek and awesome,
Like
you just hop
it's
right
just
on.
not something that I do. I don't weigh myself. I don't know what
I know.
weigh.
I know what I weigh. I weighed myself over the weekend.
So you have a scale in your house.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay.
Oh yeah.
I look at it all the time and I just go, "That's not for me."
I have one in my house, but yeah, I don't. It's troubling for me to always look at it, so it's very rare that I actually use it.
I think I'm heavier. I'm pretty sure I'm heavier than you. And but I got more to lose.
Well, you're also taller. and-
our frame, like I'm saying, like it's not apples to apples. So.
Yeah.
Court, who do you think will win the weight loss competition between Beefwater and myself?
I would say I don't know who's going to win, but I know that Beef has an advantage because you've actually been working out already.
That's true.
And so you've kind of worked off all of the initial stuff that you lose when you first start working.
I got to
out.
be honest. I haven't really worked out since. I mean, I've walked a little bit, but I haven't really worked out since we started talking about.
Is that on purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Okay.
back on. But he hasn't worked out at all, so he doesn't have that base. So he's going to probably drop a lot of weight quick, and then it'll plateau.
Yeah, I was going to say that plateau is going to happen at some point. And then it's really going to come down to who's also going on a walk, who's also going for a bike ride.
Yeah. And I just, I have all that stuff at my house. I got a gym at home.
Just got to be like, I'm just going to, even if you TikTok ride, and I know that sounds silly,
I do that.
But just sit on it and you get lost scrolling. But
I do that
it with your legs
on the
moving.
treadmill. I do the TikTok treadmill. So Beefwater, do you have anything like that? What's your
I've
plan?
got a bike at the house. I'll probably do some walking. I thought that I might. I don't want to go to a gym and
Get
be
a
that
gym
guy,
membership.
but that seems like it's
Do
like
it, buddy.
in my future.
Yeah.
You don't
plus
have
my
to
uncle's
be-
been on my back lately about, hey, dude, you need to come meet me at the gym and start get some of that off. You look like a slob.
Yeah.
No.
The second you walk in a gym, you don't become a tool. Like you have to act like that to be a tool. So I think you'd be all right.
Do the Rocky IV thing. You get like a wheelbarrow and a log. And
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually going to follow a guy in a little tiny minibus.
Look, I
I'm just
did
going to
some of
drive
that
behind him
over
and punch
over
the air.
Weekend.
That's
Just
right.
out there chopping branches.
Yeah.
Running them through my chipper.
You can get one of those big tires and just push it back and forth.
Yeah, that looks
Well,
like a good time.
regardless of who wins the whole thing, I do think we'll both be winners. Although I really don't want to lose this. I got to be honest. But even if I do, I'll be proud of you.
Well, I feel the same. Like, look, there's no.
All right, Court, could you stop hovering over me? I
For
know
real,
we're
he's
late.
making me- He's
I
making
know.
me nervous too.
Well, loser buys Laura and I
So,
Shake
look,
Shack.
I think it's going to be a great
I like
thing
that.
across
Yeah,
the board.
I'm down with that. That's a great idea. Yeah, what do
All
we
right.
get out of this? What do me and Drew get out of this?
You get a look at.
There should be
at two svelte gentlemen.
That's right.
a double shack.
Look
As
so
well.
handsome. We're gonna look so handsome. Whoever has the most weight to lose is going to win. Is what
It's
this
going to be
person
about
says.
percentages, so I think
Yeah.
that's what's important.
And we're gonna have what's her name again?
I don't
Is
have
Shirley,
it.
I think?
Shirley, yeah, from
from-
G3.
Shirley from G3. We're gonna have her on the show Monday, I think.
Real pro.
And she's gonna, do the weigh-in with us and everything. And we'll take 6 weeks, weigh in every Wednesday, and we'll find out who is gonna lose the most weight, me or Beef. All right, Court's in here next. He's got your shot at $1,000 right now.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for